Change it up. All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our work session meeting for Monday, February 9th. It is now 5:33, so we are going to get our work session started. Thank you again for joining us. We'll proceed with the next item on the agenda, which is the roll call.
Mayor Garitano,
Present.
Councilmember Farmer,
Present.
Councilmember Dodwell, Councilmember Nyan, Councilmember Ottenberg, Councilmember Trottier,
Here.
Councilmember Mabry, Councilmember Wroblewski, here, Councilmember Preston,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember McCutcheon, here, Councilmember Rambo,
Here.
Councilmember Bockert,
Present.
Councilmember Crayons,
Here.
Councilmember Vanek,
Here.
Councilmember Albers,
Here.
Councilmember Golani.
Here. All right, great. Thank you, everyone. Welcome again. I do not have any items under the mayor's comments and announcements for our work session. So we'll proceed. For information is the next section on the agenda for this evening. This again, you've been provided with information related to these items. This would be the appropriate time if you wish to ask any questions, seek clarification on these items. Just remember that for information, these items are not, do not require any action. Does anyone have any question? All right, Councilmember McCutcheon, and which item is that?
I just have notes. Is it okay if I just, or do you want me to actually attach it to an item number?
Oh, is it not related to one of the for information items?
Yeah, it's a for information item.
Okay, go ahead then.
Okay. So I guess basically, I don't know if this is a Rick question, but the MSD funds that we're getting for, or it might be a Joe question, that we're getting for erosion and the ones for evergreen forest, I keep being asked, when is that going to start? Do you have any idea?
Ms. McCutcheon, based upon information that has been provided to the city by the Metropolitan St. Louis Sewer District, the work is scheduled, I believe, for 2027. So they'll do their design and engineering, the permitting processes they have to go through. They're not immune to the Corps of Engineers and other federal requirements. And then hopefully they'll come to us with the plans at some point for our review and comment. 2027.
And we can't do anything to help those residents then because it's in MSD territory, correct?
Ms. McCutcheon, as you know, that was the #1 priority project that came out of the Watershed Erosion Task Force led by Mr. Farmer. But if we spend money there, MSD will probably pull that money away. And this way we can do more projects and address that list of needs sooner than later.
No, I understand. So I can just tell him what to expect. And then my other comment is in planning and parks, we were discussing about adding Route 66 to the Celebrate Wildwood. Did anything come about that for certain or?
Yes, for the benefit of the other city council members at the Planning and Parks Committee, decision was made to eliminate the plein air event as a standalone component of the city's recreation schedule. But the committee also agreed that there's a way to kind of work it into Celebrate Wildwood, reduce the cost substantially, but still get products from our residents in terms of art and photography that we can basically display here at City Hall during Celebrate Wildwood, the day of the event. So that's, we just as a footnote, we talked with the Wildwood Celebration Commission on Wednesday. They thought it was a great idea, so they're ready to move forward with it as well.
And we also talked about including Route 66 celebration within Wildwood, Celebrate Wildwood. Do you know where that is?
Yes, the Wildwood Celebration Commission will have at its meeting in March a discussion of how to basically coordinate the country's 250th birthday and Route 66 100th anniversary, 2 major milestones in a single year.
Save some funding.
Thank you.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCutcheon. Do we have anyone else with any questions or items again related to anything under for information? This would be the appropriate time, and certainly if there is anything else that comes up, we can revisit under miscellaneous. Sure, Councilmember Kranz.
And Joe, we talked about this, and I think we should let people know. I asked the question, who gets the vendor fees? The manager at the farmer's market?
Yes, Mr. Kranz, as we discussed, the city provides the stipend to the market manager, who for the past few years has been Natalie McAvoy. That stipend is $18,000. That's not been raised since she accepted the position, as I say, about 4 or 5 years ago. We do provide another $1,000 for all the memberships we require in those farmer market organizations, Agro, Missouri, et cetera. And then we do allow her to keep the fees for all the vendor booths.
And
Initially, that fee was about $25 a booth. At this stage, I'm not sure if that's the same or not. And my promise to you was I'll find out what she plans on charging for 2026.
how many vendors normally do we have?
That's a very good question. Initially, when Miss McAvoy first started, the farmer's market was more of a downward trend.
Okay.
That's changed. Last year, there were several weekends where she had 60 vendors. So if it's
Okay.
still $25 attend or vendor, that's about $1,500 she collected.
And you, how many days is the market open?
This year, there'll be 2 in May, then June, July, August, September. So 16, roughly saying 4 Saturdays a month. That's 18. Then 4, 2 more, one in October and one in November.
We're talking another 25 to 30 grand, right?
Potentially.
I just want to make sure the public's aware of that. That's all.
I
So when
think-
we say 18,000, we're talking much more.
Yes. As the
Close to
vendor
50.
numbers have grown, so has her salary. So
She does a great job, so,
Yep.
okay.
And it's a great way that's the incentive to get out and kind of beat the bushes and get vendors if she can.
Right.
The
Thank
more
you.
the merrier.
And Director Vunich, I'll add too, I believe she's also helped us out with the holiday events. You want to mention that?
Yes. As you know, the holiday tree lighting has become one of the signature events of the city. And for many years, the Department of Planning and Parks had attempted to get vendors to participate. We were successful generally, but the last couple of years, Miss McAvoy, as just a thank you, has helped us, and the vendor numbers have multiplied at our holiday tree lighting. And so she's an effective salesperson for the city, and we'd like to keep her around. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Kranz? Okay, great. Anyone else? Councilmember Trotter.
Thank you. I have a two-part question for the admin and public works. Item number 2, contractor bids for concrete work. My first question is for the city attorney. This item is for information in the work session, and then I think it is listed as Bill 3042 for its first reading during the meeting. At what time in this bill's process is it appropriate to make a motion to amend the bill?
After the first reading, so the second meeting at which it will be presented.
Okay, thank you. And then for the department, my question as it relates to the Turnberry line item specifically. I believe it was mentioned during the July 9th meeting last year that this particular line item would be considered when the city is performing concrete maintenance work in the area. And I did not notice any proposed work in the Turnberry Strucker intersection area for 2026.
Well, I think part of the motion was to proceed as quickly and efficiently as possible. So we put it in this year's improvement project as a line item, a separate bid item for the contractor. So as to get clear-cut costs on the additional costs incurred to restore traffic on Turnberry Place at Strecker. So it's in there as a separate line item. We just felt by doing this, we would be meeting overall the intent of the motions that came from City Council and from Admin Public Works.
Thank you.
City Administrator has something he wishes to add.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to add as well that that July meeting, that was when it was initially discussed, to expedite it in the most feasible and equitable manner. The department looked into it, and there were no plans to do concrete street slab replacement work in Turnberry just yet. It was looking more 2027, 28, couple years out. But when the budgetary process came back and an admin PW, Administration Public Works Committee in October, when we were reviewing the Road and Bridge Fund, it was then discussed that there was a discussion to include this item in the 2026 fiscal year budget under Road and Bridge, and then to consolidate it to make it equitable and as efficient as possible to bid it out with other relevant concrete work. So then at that point, we compiled it. We still had it called out independently, but that's the reason and the rationale for it being in the the concrete street slab replacement RFP.
Understood. Just to be clear, though, there is no other concrete work taking place in that vicinity. Thank you.
City Administrator Lee, I do have a question. When that was discussed, because I understand the reasoning that's been mentioned regarding the Turnberry, but we have other streets or areas that are not connected. Were those also identified that should be also quoted?
Yes, we did have, and I'll defer to Director Brown a little bit on this. His team conducted the review, but there were some other areas that were identified, but none of the other ones were private in nature. So the other ones had the ballards up, but they were connecting to a privately maintained roadway. So this was the only one identified as a public street connected to a public street with ballards serving as some type of obstruction.
I think Birch Forest, though, that's a public road and it connects to another public road.
That one was not included in the analysis, but that's a fair point.
City Administrator.
I would think then, if we're going to be pursuing that, we have to make sure we have a comprehensive list of every location in the city and treat them fairly.
If I may. So that was included in the review, Mayor, and it was not considered a public roadway. That installation is on a permanent easement within common ground of the HOA. So it was not considered a public street for the purposes of the review, but it was included in the original listing of barriers and gates that was reviewed as part of the policy that was passed by the council.
All right, thank you, Rick.
Yeah.
City attorneys.
Yeah, I wanted to correct, not after first reading, it's second reading. I apologize. Is when an amendment is appropriate pursuant to the city code.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have anything? Councilmember Farmer.
Yeah, I don't know if this is technically part of the investment thing, but I figured it's a good question to ask. And I might have missed it, Tom, if you put it in something else, but I am pretty sure that when we changed some of the, related some of the financial stuff to consumer price index and things like that last year, we were going to put a memo or something out that just said, here's what your spending limit, approval limit is, here's what the voter approval limit is, all that kind of stuff, just so we all know what we're looking at when it comes time to it.
We had it's not as directly stated, it was a document included in the budget, but we can send it out as a separate memorandum.
All right, anyone else have anything? Okay, seeing for information, then we'll proceed with the next part of the agenda, which is for action. And the first item is Department of Planning and Parks. So I ask Director Vunich to come forward regarding the event matrix evaluations and discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, on November 18th of last year, the Planning and Parks Committee endorsed creating and accepting the project prioritization and event lifecycle review framework so I don't have to say that again, the evaluation matrix. That evaluation matrix was reviewed and completed by the Department of Planning and Parks staff and presented to the Planning and Parks Committee at its last meeting. The matrix looks at the major events that the city offers over the course of any given year. those major events do not necessarily include early childhood recreation programming, some of our smaller pop-up events, etc. But it does, as mentioned, include all the major recreation events. The matrix allowed us as staff to the city council to consider the revenues that we generate from those as well as the expenditures. And ultimately, the Planning and Parks Committee decided to remove one of the events that were part of the matrix and its evaluation. And as I mentioned, that's the plein air event. Typically, that event costs approximately $7,000. We generate less than $2,000 in revenue. And the committee believed that that was one that should not be pursued in 2026 or thereafter. As also was mentioned in response to Ms. McCutcheon's question, as we talked through the plein air event, a decision was made to potentially have it on a much more informal basis over a 2-week period in the latter part of summer. Have it either do something related to the country's 250th birthday or Route 66 and its 100th anniversary. To accept photographs or artwork, to have that judged and then displayed as part of Celebrate Wildwood, and ultimately have a component of our annual event reflect our plein air efforts. And so with that, the committee is forwarding to you its recommendation regarding the remaining events, which would be retained, some with minor modifications, and the deletion of the plein air event, which occurs typically on the first Saturday of May. Is there any questions regarding the committee's action? The chair and the department are available to address them. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone that wishes to, Councilmember McCutcheon?
So I was dissenting vote on this, just be upfront about this. I don't have any problem with any of the events. I am concerned about the scoring matrix. I feel like that it is very subjective. I don't feel like the residents have had enough input into how this is scored. And I guess one of my questions is, it says maximum score 10. So how is that 10 determined? And then can it have like 3 or 4 or 5? And what are the criteria for doing that?
Well, from the department's perspective, it was subjective. We tried to be as fair based upon the criteria that's associated with each of the category scoring, the 10 points or less. Ultimately, though, we prepared the rest of the information on the matrix so as the committee members and now city council can review it and make their own subjective analysis and tell us if we were close, far away, or right on target.
And so is there scoring numbers like under 10, or is it just a 10 only? And then it's a 0. Do you know what I'm asking?
Yes, from the department's perspective, at least as director, we did assign 10, 5, and 0. It just seemed like trying to figure out if it's a 9 or 8. Either it's something very strong, very weak, or in between.
So what was equivalent to a number 5?
What I would describe, let's say, for the perspective of the Haunted Express, the train ride, the 5 was, did we do everything right? And I gave us a 5 because we didn't have enough light down in the parking lot area. And when you're eating chili and trying to do some different things, it got a little difficult. People were using their flashlights on their phones quite a bit. So I gave us, it wasn't completely dark, and it sure wasn't light enough.
Okay, thank you.
And Director Vunich, like following up on that item, that was the first time we ever held that event. So
Yes, sir.
does the scoring take into account like an event that's been established where, you know, we've already ironed out all the wrinkles and things that, you know, because the Haunted Express was our first time. So I would think that as we do this over several years, we will get better at it. Does the scoring take that into account?
Certainly. And I used the Haunted Express more so than anything because it was a tool. The matrix became a tool to help us understand where did we do good for a first time event? Where could we do better if it's a second time event? And per the Planning and Parks Committee, they are recommending that the Haunted Express stay as one of our 2026 activities. In terms of the more established events, I think the key component there was just an analysis. Are our revenues increasing based upon the direction we received from city council several years ago to increase fees or add fees where they didn't exist? And if so, if our revenues are increasing and we're still not catching up with expenditures, those are the ones we took a hard look at.
Thank you, Director Vunich. And I think you probably would agree when you say revenues, it's really just making sure that the revenue meets the costs of the event, not certainly something that we're looking to make money
Certainly,
off of.
this may not please city council, but I always, as the director of the department, I always look at it from the perspective, if we could be cost neutral, we've done pretty well.
Yeah.
If we make money, like we do to a certain degree at Celebrate Wildwood, that's great. You don't want to lose money though.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, with the event matrix evaluations before you, and as recommended by the Planning and Parks Committee, the department would respectfully request a motion and a second to approve the committee's list of events.
Okay, is there anyone that wishes to go ahead and make that motion? Councilmember Kranz, and then is that a second by Councilmember Bachert? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion with the motion on the floor? Councilmember McCutcheon.
In this particular instance, Ms. McCutcheon, I would ask that you're voting on the events because the next item for action is actually the remaining portion of the event schedule for all of 2026. And so, yes, I'm asking you, based upon the matrix and the evaluation and the committee's discussion and action, to vote on the events as they are presented.
All right, any other questions? Otherwise, we have a motion on the floor. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose or abstain? All right, the motion passes.
Thank
Moving
you.
on, the second item on the agenda, also for Director Vunich, is the city recreation schedule for 2026 final action.
Thank
Please.
you again, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, as you may recall at the January meeting, the department presented to you 3 of the events planned for 2026. Those events were partially underway or would get underway almost immediately after the meeting, and so there was a desire to proceed forward with them. One of those events was part of the event matrix evaluation. The City Council concurred with the committee and authorized those events to proceed through the first part of March. With the remaining evaluation matrix, event matrix evaluations not completed, which was planned for the January meeting, which in this instance occurred at end of January, the rest of the schedule of events could not be presented for action. Now, with the motion and action of the City Council tonight on the event matrix evaluations, the remainder of the recreation schedule for 2026 is being presented to City Council for favorable action based upon the committee's recommendation. If there are any questions, the chair of the committee, Mr. Galati, and I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? All right, seeing none, then Director Vunich, you would like that motion?
Please, if you would, a motion to approve the event schedule.
All right, Councilmember Dodwell. Oh, do you have a? Okay, if you're making the motion, can we get at least a second on the floor so we could, all right, Councilmember Nye.
Real quickly, Joe, in our committee meeting, we had discussed that in September, we were going to move the plein air into the Celebrate Wildwood as an activity for that. Is that still in
Yes.
consideration?
Very
Okay.
much so. And as I briefly mentioned, the Wildwood Celebration Commission met last Wednesday. We talked about it. They were thrilled that we were going to add it. They think it's going to be a nice additional asset for our annual celebration. So we're moving full speed ahead.
Okay, thank you. We have that motion on the floor. Is there anyone else that has any questions? All right, seeing none, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, that motion passes. We'll move on to miscellaneous. We do have several receive and file items here. And as a reminder to the council, unless there's any action taken, then these would just go ahead and be approved, right, Director Vunich?
Well, a couple of the items, Mr. Mayor, relate to conditional use permits. So there is that opportunity for city council to exercise power of review,
Sure.
and that has to occur within 15 days of your receipt and filing. So it would have to be tonight. So I do have a couple of items I'd like to discuss.
Sure, please go right ahead. Thank you.
If the first item, I believe, is Babler Farms LLC, care of Tom Roberts. As you may recall, Mr. Roberts constructed a large water feature that required a conditional use permit. Over the course of time, there have been certain amendments to that conditional use permit. Mr. Roberts requested the Planning and Zoning Commission grant 2 amendments, one relating to the nuisance bond and the other relating to the 3-year review cycle of the permit itself. Planning and Zoning Commission agreed with releasing the nuisance bond, given the condition of the property, not only the large water feature, but now almost 125 acres that is under his ownership. The Planning and Zoning Commission, conversely, did not want to waive the review cycle at this time, but noted that after the 3 years passes and the review does occur again, if all is well, then that it would be appropriate at that time to consider its removal. So tonight, you have a favorable action on one amendment, the nuisance bond, and no action on the other. And as I just mentioned to Mayor Garritano, if you choose to exercise your power of review and take this matter up before City Council as a whole, it will have to happen tonight because we don't meet again until almost 30 days, not 15 days. Thank you.
Councilmember Krantz.
Easy question for you, Joe. That CUP, what's the length of that? Is that a year?
It depends. For telecommunication facilities, which kind of have a notorious history of lack of maintenance, they're on a year cycle. The YMCA and their athletic fields, which were at one time down at LaSalle Institute, was on a 10-year window. So it varies on the use and sometimes just the track record associated with the entity that has it.
What's our situation here?
As you know, Mr. Roberts initially had more of a approach to start the project, and if something came up and he was discovered, then he'd get a permit. And that kind of carried on for a number of years. I list many of the site visits the department had to make to slow Mr. Roberts down. The department just doesn't want to back away yet. We've had a good stretch of a number of years. Let's keep it going for another 3 years. And then after that, we'll do it on a case-by-case basis based upon neighbor complaints.
So when's the next time it comes out for a review?
It'll be 3 years from January. So roughly, let's say January of 2029.
Okay, so that's the CUP then, 3 years.
And then if the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council concur to remove that, then the CUP would not be reviewed ever again.
Thanks.
Please go ahead.
I get, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, is there anyone that would like to exercise power of review?
Seeing none, go ahead.
The second item relates to a preliminary plat that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. This preliminary plat would reapprove a 6-lot subdivision at the intersection of State Highway T and Melrose Road. It is property owned by St. Albans Properties, so it's part of the St. Albans development. And they would like to do 6 lots in the Wildwood portion of that development. The lots range in size from 4 to almost 11 acres. Thank you, Mr. Newberry. The mural image is up there now. This is the plat itself. Obviously, all of the lots are greater than the 3-acre minimum. And there was a question relating to the stub street on the northernmost lot, south of Route T. And we did inquire of St. Albans Property, the property owner, and they think they'll serve an additional 4 lots off of that. Those 4 lots are in Franklin County. I will tell you, though, the street meets City of Wildwood standards in its portion. If there are any questions on the plat, the department would be glad to answer them.
All right,
The next item relates to Ashley Grove, a 5-acre tract that's located in town center between West Avenue and Center Avenue, south of Manchester Road. This particular proposal kind of led to the discussion about T turnarounds, bollards, barriers, and et cetera. Planning and Zoning Commission approved the site development plan at its meeting last Monday. And this project will move forward with 11 new homes to be developed by Prestige Homes and 1 existing residence to be retained on the northernmost lot that fronts on the Center Avenue. And as you can see, we have a through street that connects West Avenue to Center Avenue. So good job. Connectivity in town center. If there are any questions on the site development plan or the process, again, Mr. Newberry and I'd be glad to answer them.
All right, seeing none, please proceed.
The next item relates to another preliminary plat that has been submitted by JGH Building Group. It is at the northwest corner of Pond Road and Route 100. And in this particular instance, the property is 30 acres in size, and the developer is proposing 8 new lots. All 3 acres or greater in size. The developer is dedicating to the city that little 40-foot wide access. It is property, but it is for access purposes to the city as public space for its future trail that's been planned along the north side of Route 100. The 8 lots comply with all of the requirements of the subdivision and development regulations, as well as the NU non-urban resident district regulations. And the roadway is at 26 feet to meet Metro West Fire District's requirements in terms of width and hydrant access. The Planning and Zoning Commission approved the preliminary plat as presented. And if there are any questions tonight, Mr. Newberry and I'd be glad to answer them at this time.
All right, seeing none, you can proceed.
And just as a footnote, that site originally was 78 acres in size. And that was one of the 2 sites we debated for a community park. And we ended up where we are, not there. The last item is a new conditional use permit for a sales room at Chilili. Chilili is a plant nursery with greenhouses at the former location of Farr Greenhouse. We have the new owners of the property, as well as the old owners of property in attendance tonight. I'd like to welcome the Belroses as well as the Summers. Planning and Zoning Commission granted the conditional use permit for the sales room for all intents and purposes. Chilili will take what Mr. and Mrs. Belrose had for Farr Greenhouse and move forward with it and almost in an as-is condition. There have been improvements. There are a few improvements required as part of the conditional use permit, but all in all, the status quo is to remain. Tonight, though, the department is respectfully requesting that the 15-day period for power of review be waived so that the conditional use permit can become effective tonight and Chilili can be open for business when the spring season hits. If there are any questions about the commission's action relative to the permit or the department's request for the waiver, the department would be glad to answer them at this time.
Any questions? Councilmember May.
Thank you. These requests for what I take in effect to be a second reading or a waiving of readings, whatever. That's the petitioner's request. What's your, not the council's, what's your take on that request?
Actually, it's kind of funny. It's more the Planning and Zoning Commission's request.
Well,
The department obviously feels that if you don't exercise power of review, it's a 2-week period where you can't exercise power of review because you don't meet again. But that 2 weeks means a lot to the petitioner to get things moving and have the sales room ready with when the plant nursery has all of its things ready to sell for the spring season. So it's a business initiative, I believe, started by our Planning and Zoning Commission in this particular case.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Director Vunich, for going through these items. Looks like we are now at the end of the
Mr. Mayor,
miscellaneous section.
If I could have a motion and second to waive the 15-day review.
Oh,
period.
sure. Yeah, absolutely.
The permit can be signed and released for recording, and business can start out there full speed ahead. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Councilmember Dodwell, I see you are enthusiastically waving your hand. Okay, great. Is there someone who wishes to second? I see Councilmember Marshall. So we have that motion on the floor. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? Great, thank you very much. And we are now approaching the end of the work session here. But again, just one final call if there's anything under miscellaneous for the work session. And I'll just comment on that last item there. I do see the former owners here, the Belroses and then the Summers family here. And it just brings me great joy to see the tradition, the work continuing from one generation to the next. I see a lot of energy with the new folks that have acquired the property, and I'm sure you have a lot of pride in seeing that the work continue there. So thanks again. All right, if there isn't anything else, then we'll have a motion to adjourn the work session. Made by Councilmember McCutcheon. Is there a second? Councilmember Farmer. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, motion to adjourn passes. Reconvene at 6:30 for our main meeting. Thank you. Going to get started with our city council meeting, so you're able to please take a seat if there are seats available. I do apologize, we may be out of room in the back here, so we're going to get started with our main city council meeting, and it's currently 6:32. City Clerk, can you please go ahead with the roll?
Mayor Garitano,
Here.
Councilmember Roblewski,
Here.
Councilmember Trottier,
Here.
Councilmember Ottenberg, Councilmember Dodwell, Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Bockert,
Present.
Councilmember Vanek,
Here.
Councilmember Galani,
Here.
Councilmember Preston,
Here.
Councilmember Mabry,
Here.
Councilmember Nyan,
Here.
Councilmember Farmer,
Here.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
Here.
Councilmember Rambo,
Here.
Councilmember Crayons,
Here.
Councilmember Albers.
Here.
I printed the wrong ones out.
Thank you. If you can, please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to mayor's announcements and appointments. I'll be coming down in just a second here. We're going to present a proclamation, so just bear with me as I come down here. Again, this is probably one of the exciting parts of the job as mayor, is that I get to present a proclamation from our city where we can recognize individuals. So I'd like to ask Mr. Mark Moser to please come forward for the proclamation that I'll be presenting to him. And you'll hear more about him in just a second here. But I do want to invite another celebrity here who's in the room that is a very true, loyal, and dedicated fan. He doesn't know that I'm going to call him up here, so I'm going to ask you, Mr. Jamie Irick, you're going to help me with presenting the proclamation. He is a local celebrity if you haven't seen Jamie before. Yeah, I'm going to give Jamie's moment here right now. But Jamie, if you don't know him, you can easily find him around in Wildwood or where he works. He provides mixed smiles, as he says on social media. And I'll tell you, if you're having a bad day, you just go see this guy. He will cheer you up. He's amazing. He's got a magnetic personality, and I know where it comes from, the family there. His mom is right here. Did your dad make it tonight, or is he, or just you tonight here? Okay, so, you know, his mom is here, and Jamie, you're surprised, I bet. Yeah. Well, you're going to help me by holding the proclamation that we're going to present to Mark Moser. As you could tell, he's a very loyal fan. And so if you want to hold this for me, I'm going to read it, okay? All right, so this proclamation that I'm going to present to you, Mark, is in honor of your significant contributions here. You are a resident of Wildwood, where you grew up in North St. Louis County, playing youth soccer for Norco Soccer Club. You went on to excel at Lewis and Clark Community College and Sangamon State University, where Mark was a four-time All-American and helped drive Sangamon State to an NAIA national championship in 1986 and achieved a Final Four appearance in 1987. Whereas he was integral in Norco's adult national championship, captured the prestigious Open Cup with Cutest Soccer Club, and launched a stellar 12-season professional indoor career, notably with the original St. Louis Storm, St. Louis Ambush, and St. Louis Steamers, earning 5 All-Star selections. Whereas during his indoor career, Mark amassed an incredible 622 goals and 201 assists across 404 games, including a career high 89 goals and 26 assists in the 1994-95 season. and led the Ambush to their first and only professional soccer championship, earning team MVP and all-league honors, and ranking among the highest attended games in St. Louis history. Whereas Mark represented the United States with distinction on the U.S. national futsal team competing in the inaugural 1986 World Championships held in Segovia, Spain. Whereas on February 7th, 2026, the St. Louis Ambush honored him by retiring his number 15 jersey and unveiling a commemorative banner at the Family Arena, a testament to his enduring impact on the franchise and the St. Louis soccer community. Whereas in 2023, Mark was inducted into the St. Louis Soccer Hall of Fame, joining an elite group of athletes recognized for their significant contributions to the game. Beyond his playing career, Mark has contributed tirelessly as sales manager at KTRS Radio for over 27 years, hosts a weekly St. Louis soccer program, and serves as a valued color commentator for Ambush webcasts, continuing to inspire fans, players, and the community. Therefore, it is hereby proclaimed that this 9th day of February 2026, the City of Wildwood formally recognizes and honors his exceptional achievements, influential leadership, and enduring legacy in St. Louis soccer. And therefore, it's proclaimed that this day, the City of Wildwood does recognize these achievements and all. So it's a pleasure. Congratulations. And we are proud of you. You want to?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm proud, first off, to be a Wildwood resident. Been here for 25 years, raised my kids here. It's a wonderful place to raise a family, and it continues to grow, and it's just positive things. The one constant during my soccer career, good game, bad game, it's Jamie, because it didn't matter how you played. He loved you, and he was there every single game cheering me on, and I'm super proud that Jamie's here. And I want to thank my entire family, some who couldn't make it tonight, but the ones that are here, thank you very much. Love you. And I really appreciate this.
It's a pleasure. Congratulations again. Thank you to your family for being here. I'd like to ask if you want to get some pictures with your family so you can save this moment. We'll have you come up now so we can get that. So come on up. And Jamie, we're going to have you take a picture too. I think you earned it after all the games, right? We'll have him be in it too, but if he wants to take one too, he can, you know. Okay, thanks again. We're going to continue now with our normal business. So the appointments and approval of minutes are all part of the consent agenda. So now we are going to get into public participation, and we will have you come up momentarily when we call your name. If you do wish to speak as part of public participation, we welcome you to do so. Just remember, if you haven't already, fill out a excuse me, a card and give it to our city clerk so that this way she can call your name at the appropriate time. When your name is called, I do ask that you please approach the podium, state your name and your ward number, or if you're not aware of your ward, your address is certainly great. And then to ensure all those that wish to speak that have the opportunity to do so, we do ask to keep it to a 5-minute time limitation, and we'll let you know as that time is approached. If you have any questions for us, please mention that during your remarks and identify the official you would like to respond. That official will make note of it, and at the conclusion of public participation, any official who chooses to respond will have 3 minutes to do so, as all questions directed to that official. The official may choose to respond to your questions after tonight's meeting. Please be respectful in making your remarks. Interrupting others or using profane or abusive language are prohibited. And I again want to thank you in advance for following these guidelines. The first speaker, please.
Tom Mitchell wants to speak on deer reduction.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. I have to tell you, I have the warm and fuzzies right now. That was great. That was awesome. And you know what? This is how the community should be. We're neighbors, and this is how we should cooperate, especially when you have a group of neighbors like you see these men behind me and women ready to do service for the constituents of this city and to you as council members and politicians. We're here to serve you. And you're here to serve us. And that was a great example of it right there. So thank you. I also want to thank the council members who have supported our efforts to terminate White Buffalo and to bring on the Wildwood Hunts program. They call themselves a gang of 6. Thank you for that. I don't want to say we won this argument. We didn't. Nobody's won anything. But I will tell you that we were victorious because we worked very hard. We did get our facts straight. And we won by the grace of God Almighty. We call that vote December 8th, the Monday Night Miracle. How many times has somebody won a vote with 6 votes? I'd say that's probably the first. So there's 2 paths we can go by, Mr. Farmer and the rest of the council members. Path number 1, you can continue to oppose our wishes and direction for the Wildwood Hunts Deer Management Program. You can use political media. We can use media and political tactics to continue to oppose you. We don't want that. We don't want enmity between you as our leaders and us as your constituents, as the consent of those that are being governed. Path number 2, the path we prefer is for you to pivot and cooperate with us, to problem solve with us, and to effectuate a long-term plan to manage this natural resource, the magnificent North American white-tailed deer, to where we do not completely eradicate it, but we reduce its numbers and manage it with the respect it deserves. I've been surprised. I don't get involved in politics, but I've been surprised by some of the tactics. This is not Washington, D.C. This is not Jefferson City, Fox News, or CNN. We're neighbors. Let's cooperate as neighbors. If there's really a deer problem, and you've stated that there is, then you have the fiduciary duty right now to act on it. Reduce it, manage it through our program that we've proposed. Use the gift that we're offering to you, please. We're capable, we're competent, and we're qualified. And we have quite a few people here to prove that tonight. We'll execute this plan with honor, with integrity, and transparency, just like we have since the beginning of this process. I do have 2 questions. Do I have a minute left at least?
1 minute and 20 seconds.
I do have two questions. I've never asked the questions of the council members here, but these are important questions. And these are in a spirit of unity to try to understand something and to try to get movement. My first question is to Councilmember Farmer. How customary is it to wait until day 60 or day 90 to address a topic that the council has given you to address with the deer management program? On December 8th, the council directed the Admin Public Works Committee to take up this deer management program. It's not been put on the agenda. And I'd like you to answer that after I ask the second question, because I'm almost out of time. So I want to know how customary that is. My other question is, will you add it to the March agenda? Okay, second question, Mr. Rambo. I'm not trying to call you out here. I want to know the honest answer to this question. When Stewart Green did the deer survey, the drone survey, they were to have surveyed the 5.5 square miles of the NE1, if I recall. In the meeting on November 18th with Stewart Green, you asked them to take on another 1.34 square miles of NE2. I want to know, why did you have them add the extra 1.34 square miles? And why did you choose that wedge where hardly any culling took place?
Time is up now.
That's my question, Bo. Thank you. Do I stay for the answers or?
The opportunity for council to answer any questions would be after the conclusion of public
All
participation.
right, thank you very much.
All right, next speaker, please. And just for, I do ask just to help us keep the meeting moving forward, if you could limit your applause, just so that we can get the next speaker up. Otherwise, it could really prolong the public participation. Next speaker.
Michael Sherman, Wildwood Deer Management Program.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Michael Sherman, Ward 6. And for those of you who don't remember, I lead the group Certified Bow Hunters of St. Louis County. And I just wanted to reflect with some stats that we had this year on our success. That was free. It didn't cost me any of my Wildwood taxpayer dollars. It didn't cost my landowners any dollars, and it didn't cost the cities that we support any direct billing dollars. So 126 deer total from 10 professional archers. So over about 40 properties. Those vary in size from a quarter to a half an acre, all the way up to, 40 or 50 acres. You got to understand too, that a lot of these properties are where we have had an established presence and we're in maintenance mode. A lot of our property owners want deer in their yards. They just don't want 15 or 20. So we're in there taking out a few deer, working with them on their requests. Of those deer, over 90% of them were does. So we're harvesting the breeders to keep that population down and reduce the impact of future deer generations. I do want to call out, because I know the question is going to be asked, how many deer did we lose this year? Because there's this impression that we're out there throwing sticks and stones at deer. To be honest with you, we lost one. So that's over a 99% success rate. One arrow, one deer. We do that because we practice, we use modern equipment, we have an experienced crew of archers. And Wildwood can do the same thing. Obviously, you need more than 10 hunters, but it's a good start. It's proven successful for several of our cities around us. There's two things that we really need to do and consider once the Administration and Public Works Committee goes to work on this, is we need to look at reducing the acreage minimum from 3 down to at least 1 to help the bow hunters, give them a chance for success. And we would really appreciate the same level of effort for getting access to properties that you have given White Buffalo. It's pretty simple. Then once we agree on that, we want to cooperate, go to terms, and we'll do the work for you and put deer, reduce the deer population through archery harvest. So again, I appreciate your time tonight. I know you have some very important topics on the agenda. So again, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Bridget Fisher, Turnberry Place.
Good evening, Mayor Giratano and council members. My name is Bridget Fisher, and I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm here to speak on the Turnberry Place Drive and Strecker intersection. Some of you may recognize me as I've spoken at meetings before, and I will continue to attend and speak at meetings until the safety of the residents of Turnberry Place is no longer in question. I'd like to start by addressing a few particular council members. Councilmember Farmer, it seems like you have a particular agenda to continue to frivolously spend City of Wildwood tax dollars. For example, you continue to push to have White Buffalo charge the City of Wildwood $220,000 to thin the deer herd when you have a very capable group of bow hunters willing and able to do this for no cost to the city. Your fellow council members did not pass the bill, and yet you are up to your sneaky tricks of trying to get it passed. You have continued to push the Turnberry Place entrance at Strecker Road to be accessible to non-emergency vehicles, even though there are no issues with the entrance as is, and it poses a huge safety risk to the residents. You are willing to again spend $35,000 of taxpayer money unnecessarily. So I ask you this, what cut are you getting from White Buffalo? What cut are you getting from the construction companies for doing unnecessary projects? I wonder what the residents of your ward would think about your unnecessary spending of taxpayer dollars after they elected you into your position. Councilmember Dodwell, have you ever been to a third world country? Do you know the conditions in which they live? Do you live in poverty? Do you lack basic human necessities like access to water, shelter, or food? Oh, you don't? I didn't think so. Neither do the residents of Turnberry Place neighborhood. In fact, the residents of Turnberry Place all live in $500,000 to $750,000 homes, a far cry from a third world country. Yet, in the June council meeting, you said the intersection of Turnberry Place Drive and Strecker, and I quote, quite literally looks like a third world country. I'd be really curious to know what the residents of your ward think about their elected representative making such insensitive and ignorant comments lacking any cultural awareness. Frankly, I think you should work on educating yourself on the actual severe and complex realities of third world countries. Councilmember Mabry, do you understand the role of an elected council member? Did you know you were actually supposed to support the residents of your ward? In my dealings with you, you have yet to do that. In actuality, you have been quite rude to me in our interactions. I'm sure you had to take some sort of oath to be sworn in as a council member. Pardon my lack of knowledge. I ran out of time to investigate this. Maybe you should revisit this oath and work on it as a representative of the Ward 2 residents. Maybe you should also work on just being a kinder, more informed person. Now on to the reason I am here. The safety of the residents of Turnberry Place Drive. In 1996, the Strecker entrance was restricted to emergency vehicle access only due to unsafe road conditions. It was proven again in 2009 to be unsafe. In 2026, here we are again. No safety issues have changed, meaning it is still unsafe to lift the restriction at the Strecker entrance. There are no issues with the current configuration. In fact, we have in writing from the Metro West Fire Chief that the current configuration is okay, which should lower our score review, but our response has gone unanswered for almost 5 months. And since this process is not complete, no vote on contractor approval or movement forward on this issue can even happen at this time. Yet for some reason, Joe Farmer and other council members want to risk the safety of Turnberry Place residents.
1 minute.
By changing what has been in place for 30 years. In the Wildwood Gazette that came out in the fall, it was stated in 2 different places that safe streets are a top priority of Wildwood. It is stated that residents are encouraged to take family walks, take their dog for a walk, ride their bikes. So why is that encouraged for every Wildwood resident except those of Turnberry Place Drive? Why is our safety not important? Lifting this restriction is opening the door for somebody to be hurt. If a driver hits or kills a child in our subdivision, the blood will be on your hands. And if you can go to sleep at night knowing you are potentially responsible for injuring or killing a child, I suggest you take a deep, hard look at yourself in the mirror. My questions were rhetorical also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And this again, if you can hold your applause. Next speaker.
Lauren Jordan, Turnberry Place.
Mayor Garantano and council members, thanks for giving us the chance to speak once more. I would say that our residents.
Just for the record, state your name and your ward number.
Sure.
Thank you.
Lauren Jordan, Ward 2. My neighbors and fellow residents of Turnberry Place have shown up to this council meeting, various council meetings since last June, when it came to our attention that there was a reversal in the administration and Public Works Committee's priorities and their desire to open an emergency access at Strecker and Turnberry Place Drive came to our attention. At the June meeting, and I do have a few notes that I want to read out. At the June meeting, on June 9th, 2025, council meeting recording, starting at 2:19:47, actually said that, well, 3 council members said that the bill was looking forward, or forward-looking as 2994. It would not affect Turnberry Place. One of your council members, I don't want to call anybody out, but someone brought up, why not make sure that Turnberry Place is not considered, put it in writing. We supported that idea, but it didn't go anywhere. Not long after, when we weren't here to show up for support because we thought that in good faith, our voices had been heard. Something was passed where we needed a score review suddenly, and then that was swiftly performed. I do want to say that there have been 0 complaints pro-opening, many complaints against opening. We do believe our streets would be less safe if this were to move forward. And then finally, I just have a note here that we've not received a response, as I mentioned, to the scoring review. We did put a lot of time into following your process that was laid out. And, still the scoring review was applied to our emergency access point. Although our community invested into the improvements within that area, we've delayed further enhancements while awaiting a response. We appreciate the due diligence offered by the administration and Public Works Committee. However, we would like a positive resolution of this issue swiftly, if possible, right? And to be clear, a positive resolution is widely recognized as one that leaves our streets safer rather than more convenient for those living outside of our community. So connectivity, I believe, is an issue for the town center. I think that was applause worthy to get that thing passed. Director Voynich mentioned that. That's great. It makes sense for the city center. Right? I completely agree. But Turnberry Place on the edge of Wildwood is not city center, and it's not going to help anybody in our greater Wildwood community to have our street open. So please, consider this as you go forward. How much does this actually mean to you? And then think about how much it means to my community and the children that play on our streets. Because like Bridget said, it's not a good look, and it probably will have a lot of consequences if it goes the other way. So thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Bobby Baumstark, safety issue with opening Turnberry Place.
And please state your name and ward.
Hi,
number.
yes,
Thank you.
please. I'm Bobby Baumstark. I'm Ward 2. I live on Turnberry Place Drive. And I'd like to speak to having the street open to all traffic. We've recently moved to Turnberry Place a couple years ago and we were happy that the street was indeed what we thought closed, and it was kind of a surprise to us that all this is happening at this point. Anyway, seeing all the children and families that we have at the fun events in the common ground is a real pleasure. However, I must admit it also causes some concern. Not only is their safety their utmost importance, but they will have family and friends who will come to visit and will be on our street as well. Of course, there will be celebrations, play dates, and other visitors, and their safety could possibly be compromised as well. Another area of concern is the hill with the almost blind curve that as it is already a problem. Turnberry is narrow And when any type of vehicle is parked or even just pulled over to the side, drivers must slow to be sure no one is coming in the opposite lane, approaching them. This would include residents, visitors, and workers of all types, whether they are a worker for just one particular household, or like we've had things dug up for the different cable companies coming in, or any other utility workers that might be there. We also have vehicles that are regularly scheduled, like trash, school buses, and our daily mail delivery, that have to navigate this particular part of the road as well as the rest of it, that is basically unsafe. Amazon also must navigate our streets. All these folks would be at greater risk as well. If drivers using Turnberry as a cut through to avoid a stop, perhaps they would be even more of a rush and not be as conscious of being safe coming up our street as they probably should be. We are looking into purchasing a mailbox for my husband and I. We've seen neighbors who've gotten mailboxes knocked over. Fortunately, ours has not, but we're looking for a mailbox that opens from both ends. So we're not taking the chance of actually having to step into our street to do the daily routine of getting our mail. As far as I can tell, opening to all the through traffic for Turnberry is of greater safety concern than just for the residents. There are many who already use our street, and if any of these folks would be injured, it would affect not only them, their families, as well as whatever communities they may be from. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Niles Stevens wants to speak on resolution 2026-6.
Hi, I'm Niall Stevens, Ward 8. So resolution 2026-6, call for representation in Jefferson City. And I just wanted to say that I agree in principle that we want competent and effective representatives in Jefferson City, which is why I have put my name forward to run for the open seat. And so I just wanted to come here tonight to introduce myself to you all if I haven't got to meet you yet. I'm currently the front runner for the GOP nomination for the August primary. And resolution 2026 mentions a number of House bills that would impact Wildwood residents directly. There are about 20 of them listed, and 18 out of the 20 are Republican-sponsored bills, whether that's Richard West or Mark Mattison out in St. Charles area, Jeff Fernetti at the Lake of the Ozarks. We have local reps like Ben Keithley and Holly Jones have bills on your list on the resolution. And those are a lot of the friends of mine within the party. And so I've already got the connections and the relationships with some of these folks. So if you want somebody who is able to influence these people, I would be your guy for that. And constituent services will also be an important part of my office. So I'll be happy to sit down with any of the council members if you have situations going on in your ward that the state level would need to address. I've already got one bill for a Wildwood family that I'm working with State Senator David Gregory on to help them with the Slayer rule. And so I would just like to invite all of you or anybody in the audience. I have an event coming up at Senator David Gregory's house, and we will be doing a legislative update from State Senator Gregory, and that is on February 26th. All that information on my website, nilesformissouri.com. And so I just wanted to introduce myself. For some of you I have not got to meet since I was on council back in 2018. So I'm just happy to connect with any of you, connect with any of the residents here tonight to see what I could do at the state level as your next representative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ann Hogan wants to request a second reading of Bill 3037.
Hi, I'm Ann Hogan. I'm in Ward 1. My husband and I have lived at this location on Wild Horse Creek and Wild Horse Valley for 40 years, and we just want to request a second reading on a simple subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Liz Zeiser wants to speak on Turnberry Place.
Good evening, Liz Zeiser, Ward 2. I'm an 11-year resident of Wildwood and Turnberry Place neighborhood. I'm here tonight to speak again because I'm tired of our neighborhood's collective voice being ignored. Over the course of several meetings and many months, our residents have spoken clearly and respectfully in our opposition to opening our main drag to non-emergency vehicles. We've sent emails, made phone calls. We raised our concerns about the unnecessary danger. We explained how it would affect our daily lives. We asked repeatedly. We asked to be left alone. And yet here we are again. One of the reasons this project was originally brought to the table was because, in the words of a council member that sits before me, the entrance looked like a third world country. The absurdity of that comment aside, that statement says more about the decision making than it ever did about our street. Here's the part that matters. It's been fixed. The issue you initially claimed to be addressing no longer exists. This project continues to be pushed forward at a time when the city is openly acknowledging some budget constraints. And yet time, money, and attention continue to be spent advancing a project that residents do not want and no longer has a clear justification. Recently, Councilmember Farmer, you had the opportunity to speak to hundreds of Rockwood 8th graders seeking career advice. What are you teaching them through your role in this chamber? Because it's not an example of listening or fiscal responsibility. Right now, it looks like stubborn persistence in search of a purpose. Why are you still pushing it forward? Who stands to benefit from this $35,000 project? What is the motivation? Because here's the thing, it's okay to change your mind. In fact, it's what responsible leadership looks like when new information is presented or when the community speaks clearly. What's not okay is continuing to force a project forward simply because it was started, especially when the residents most affected are asking and demanding that it stop. You tell us you care about residents. You tell us you value community input. You tell us we are being heard, but your actions say otherwise. When people show up meeting after meeting, when they speak clearly, calmly, when they explain the real impact on their families, their streets, and their lives, and you continue anyway, that's not listening. That's not representation. We are not confused or misinformed, and we're not asking for special treatment. We're demanding that you stop forcing a project onto a neighborhood that has clearly and repeatedly said no. We tried to ask nicely. We tried to be patient. We came to your meetings and you told you what we wanted, and we were dismissed. We're done repeating ourselves in this room while our concerns are ignored. This council continues to move forward against the clearly stated wishes of the residents it impacts, and this conversation will not stay here. We will make this process visible, and we will ask publicly why a residential neighborhood was overridden by its representatives, because if our voices don't matter in this chamber, they will matter somewhere else. Tonight, you have a choice. You can continue forward with this project and prove to the people you represent that its voice actually doesn't matter. Or you have the opportunity to show this community that being heard means something. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Donald Schnurfield wants to speak about the potential opening of the intersection of Turnberry Place and Strecker Road.
I'm Don Schnurfile, Ward 2. I am a retired family doctor, and we've lived on Turnberry Place Drive for 33 years. We were residents when the efforts to restrict non-emergency vehicles was being considered, ultimately approved. Our daughter was very young at that point, and it had been such a problem that we would forbid her from going to our mailbox to get the mail because it was that scary with cars rushing through. I'm most concerned about the safety of the children in the neighborhood. The way the street was designed, it has steep slopes on both ends of it. It has blind curves in both directions. The chances of a driver particularly one from outside the neighborhood, driving through and underestimating the difficulties of driving on that street are significant, particularly if the weather is not cooperative. There are good alternatives with Strecker and the subsequent improvements over the years. It just makes little sense to me to undo this effort that was initiated because of safety concerns. I just remain puzzled that this continues to move forward when the residents of the street and subdivision don't want it almost unanimously, and the emergency vehicles that use the street have publicly stated it is not an issue. So it just baffles me why we need to come to meeting after meeting and recap these facts. So I ask you again to reconsider and to keep the restriction to non-emergency vehicles in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Monica Wimson, Turnberry Place.
Good evening. My name is Monica Wilmson, Ward 2. I live on Turnberry Place Drive. I appreciate all the comments of my neighbors, but I think one thing that we're missing here is a trip down our street. You need to come and visit. Dr. Schnurfile is quite right. It's scary. Let's revisit the original concerns of Turnberry Place residents in 1996. The first, speeding and new or unfamiliar drivers navigating the steepest slopes and turns on the narrow streets, hills. These drivers' actions were putting residents and others at risk who were traveling in the opposite direction, pulling out of driveways, walking across the street, or cycling, pretty much everyone. The second, drivers forced to navigate blind curves at multiple points on the street along those extreme hills, specifically when contractors, other commercial service providers, and visitors parked on the street's right-of-way, as the street's width did not accommodate through traffic under those conditions. Now let's jump forward to today. What's changed in 30 years? Well, topographically, nothing. But Turnberry Place continues to be the wild west of residential traffic despite not being a through street. For example, the steepest street slopes of Turnberry Place Drive significantly exceed the City of Wildwood's recommended street slope of 8%. Special approval was needed for those slopes when construction of the neighborhood was approved, and they continue to be a menace. I live this. Since I moved into Turnberry in 2007, no streets have been widened. On weekdays, Turnberry Place Drive continues to demand that one participate in a continual game of car chicken. Then what has changed? Only you, committee members, council members. That's the only reason for this conversation. So I have two questions that I, as one of your constituents, would like answered. But since you cannot answer them forthwith, please ponder. First question, shall the safety concerns of the residents of Turnberry Place and their visitors be superseded by the desire of one council member to stop, and I quote, conversations with developers, which is a never-ending process? Is this council member suggesting that their and the convenience of developers take precedence over the safety and needs of our residents? Second question, shall the safety of Turnberry Place residents, especially children playing in their front yards, as well as the safety of others accessing the street, be invalidated if the neighborhood does not satisfy the beautification expectations of the council member stating Turnberry must dress up the closed street or see jackhammers and shovels come out and tear the street back open again. Is this member suggesting that all we need to do is make it pretty to keep it closed? But you won't tell us how or give us time to do that? And most importantly, what is the desperate purpose of that violent and threatening imagery? 30 years ago, the answer to those two questions would have been no. The council members in 96 did not sacrifice the safety or concerns of Wildwood residents in order to accommodate their own or the city's commercial, financial, personal, or political gains. They incorporated the access restrictions into the Wildwood Traffic Code. They set a precedent, resident safety first.
1 minute, please.
Please keep the entrance closed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Claire Heinrich is candidate for House District 110.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Claire Heinrich, Ward 4. As she just stated, I am running for our seat in the Missouri House of Representatives, but I'm also here tonight as just a citizen who loves Wildwood. I was happy to see the council's resolution to Governor Kehoe on the agenda for tonight. While I know that there is likely no legal avenue for us to get representation before November, I do appreciate the council drawing some attention to this matter. Our lack of representation is concerning, especially when you look at the amount of bills that have been filed for this session that would impact our community that we will have no voice on. Tonight, I'd like to talk about one of those bills in particular, and that is the removal of the grocery sales tax, both state and local. This was put up by our neighbor in Chesterfield, Representative Keithley, who also seems to be a supporter of one of the candidates for this seat. The thing is, our community pays so much into the state budget and we get so little in return. And now we have representatives who would like to see our local budgets drastically cut and not give us a say on the matter. For anyone in the crowd that is unaware, Wildwood doesn't have a property tax that they collect or a real estate tax. We rely quite heavily on the St. Louis County pool sales tax program. Two of the biggest businesses in our community are our grocery stores, and I know this is true for other pool cities. No one likes paying taxes, myself included, and I have no desire to raise taxes or create new ones, but slashing local revenue, especially in localities that contribute so much to our state and have no voice in our state house right now, it's completely unacceptable behavior. Forcing cities into insolvency is not the same thing as fiscal responsibility. We have police officers in this community that deserve to be paid. When it snowed, we had, I think it was over 350 lane miles of road that we had to clear. And we have one of the biggest land areas in St. Louis County that we're responsible for taking care of. Last year, I watched the council debate every last dollar in our budget for hours, trying to balance, your responsibility to your constituents, but also preserving what makes Wildwood special. Wildwood and Clarkson Valley deserve someone who will listen to the residents, who will go to the state government and fight for our interests. I am that person. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Linda Gibbons wants to speak about the killing of deer.
I am Linda Gibbons and I live in the Manors of Winding Trails, Woodmore Ridge, and been there about 22, 23 years. And we moved there because we love the nature, the wildlife, and we love our deer. And ever since White Buffalo organization came in, it seemed like they totally eradicated all the deer. We have yet to see more than one or two. So I really do not want to see that company ever again in the city of Wildwood.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Charlie Philo, Turnberry Place.
Hello, my name's Charlie Philo and this is Kendra Jacqueline. And we are both residents of, the neighborhood in question, Turnberry. And we are here to speak about, the fact that the councilman and the mayor are, considering getting rid of the blockade that would keep us safe. Many of the cars, when I was young, it used to be open, and many of the cars that would go through went through quite fast. And I feel that was not very safe because I have many friends on that street and many friends in other places in the neighborhood that would ride our bikes in the street and on the sidewalks, going everywhere, wherever we pleased in the neighborhood. And if we would, when that blockade was added, I felt safer because I would know the cars wouldn't be coming through, and the only cars that would have a chance to hit me would be the ones from the neighborhood. And that just made me feel safer. And the fact that you guys are discussing opening up the blockade again, that just doesn't make me feel good, because I can think of countless families in and around in the neighborhood that have young children from preschool and all the way up to high school, and some even going into college. And with the young kids running all around and the older kids doing whatever they want, I feel like that would not be very safe. On Halloween night, for example, I was walking around with some friends, and there were some young kids going in for the night with their stash of candy. And I saw a black Ford F-150 that was coming out of the neighborhood that wasn't necessarily from the outside, almost hit them. Now, if that would have been from the outside, there would have been more cars, more people that would have been coming through and taking our neighborhood as a shortcut. And that would just present a wider safety concern for that. And I don't think that's very safe. And so I feel that we should not take away the blockade, because it keeps and ensures the safety of the children, and not even the children. I mean, also the adults. Because not only children, I mean, anyone can get hit by a car. So I feel like the adults and the children and the elderly, everyone could be hit by these cars. So I feel that we should keep the blockade and keep our neighborhood safe.
I love riding my bike to my friend's house. Please keep me safe.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Megan Jackson, Turnberry Place.
Good evening. My name is Megan Jackson and I live in Turnberry neighborhood, Ward 2. I'm also a third grade teacher and I've lived in Wildwood for over 30 years. Currently, I've been teaching my students about the importance of being involved and how much one voice or a few voices can make. I'm here tonight because the decision to open our neighborhood puts children and families at risk, and that should concern every single person in this room. Turnberry Place Drive was blocked back in 1996 for safety reasons, as already stated. Those reasons have not changed. In fact, they're even more relevant today. As previously stated, the road does contain two extremely steep segments, peaking at 18% and 22%. As also stated, the top should be 8%, and we had to get special guidance, or we had to get special, I'm sorry. They're just classified as extreme. When analyzed segment by segment, Turnberry Place Drive has the narrow lanes, extreme curves, limited sight lines, and consistently high pedestrian activity, including children riding their bikes to and from their houses of their friends. I want my children to be safe in their own neighborhood. Emergency vehicles already can and do access the neighborhood without issue. There's no public safety benefit to opening the road, only increased risk to our children. So I need to ask, why is the safety of our children being deprioritized? Why are we pushing to spend over $33,000 in taxpayer money on a project that creates danger where none currently exists, especially when Wildwood has acknowledged budget constraints? And to our elected representatives, why are you not representing us, the residents who live here, who chose this neighborhood precisely because it was not a cut through? I did grow up here in the 90s. I remember exactly what happened before this road was blocked. Drivers flying through Turnberry to save a minute going around on Strecker. That behavior will return. We were some of those people that cut through to save the extra minute, and it will return, especially those high school drivers. Our neighborhood is not a shortcut. This is our neighborhood. This is where our children ride bikes, where families walk, where children should feel safe outside in their front yards. Spending money to make our neighborhood more dangerous is unacceptable. I urge the council to prioritize safety, fiscal responsibility, and the voices of all the residents who live with the consequences of this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Avery Critchell, Turnberry Place.
So hope I don't choke. My name is Avery Critchell. We're in ward number 2. As you know, my name's Avery. Man, I can't believe how much people have come up here, talk about gate closed. I agree with them. Okay, so I'm here tonight to speak on the behalf of kids in Turnberry. I disagree with this decision of opening the gate. Me and my sister love to play outside. We love to ride bikes, we love to rollerblade, play bubbles, play with chalk, and so much more. It's already so dangerous that people fly by on the hills that we have in my neighborhood. Think of how much more it's gonna happen if we open up that gate. People just cut through, like late to work, fly by. What if, like, if I was playing catch with my sister and a ball goes into the street, I would go get it, and somebody who's not paying attention flies by, and I could get hurt, or even worse, killed. So yeah, for the safety, for me and the kids in my neighborhood, please keep Turnberry closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers?
More. Amy Flaherty, Turnberry Place.
Good evening. Hello there. Amy Flaherty, Ward 4. I'm in Timber Ridge, right across from Turnberry. And I've been listening all evening, and I haven't come all the other times when there have been all the meetings, but there seems to be a disconnect. And I guess I'm just trying, I don't know if I can ask for a show of hands, but I don't know how many of you have actually ever driven in Turnberry, but it is a V. So the one end that's blocked here, it literally goes down to where the common ground is at the bottom, and it's the other side of the V that goes up to Clayton. My grandkids, 2 of which talked or came up tonight, live on Berry View, which is parallel to Clayton. They're 10 and 7. They just are now finally so excited they can ride their bikes. They actually ride down the V, back up the other side, and come across where there is the nice this crossing that you guys put in, which is great. They wait for the light. They come across over to Timber Ridge. That's awesome. They're so excited. It gives them that sense of independence. But there is no way that they will at all be able to do that if this is removed, because if you haven't ever driven over there, you have to come in through Clayton, obviously, but you should go to the far end, turn around and head down that street. And I've lived here since 92. I was one of the people who used to cut through because, yes, from Timber Ridge, you get to Turnberry first instead of going around Strucker. And there's no way you can't go fast because it is such a steep hill. Someone was saying 18, 22%. It's a steep hill. Even if you've got your brakes on, you cruise down there. And it is dangerous. And one of the best things that Wildwood ever did, even though it was annoying, and all of us had to go around, was put that in. And there is no reason that you should take it away because people will cut through again. And if you have never driven in there, before you take a vote or make a decision, go in through Clayton up to that end and go through. So that is my final thought on that one. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers? Anyone online that wishes to speak? If you can, please use the raise hand feature. Okay, I don't see any, but thank you again to all our public speakers. And I do especially want to acknowledge we don't get too often some young speakers like we did tonight. So thank you for being part of the democratic process and exercising your voice at such a young age. And I know it takes some courage to get behind that microphone. So thanks again for being a part of it. Moving along, we do have a section on the agenda, officials' responses. So if there's any council member that does want to take the opportunity now that had a question, then certainly let me know. If not, you can certainly address it after the meeting through other means. Okay. Councilmember Rambo.
Yeah, real quickly. Mr. Lee can actually answer this question better than I can, but he reached out to every potential firm that we could get from MDC or other places, and nobody could do the job. Stuart Green's a nationally recognized wildlife biology company, and they could produce a reliable count, but they were unable to do all of Northeast 1 and all of Northeast 2. They just didn't have the time available at the last minute to do it. And so Northeast 1 was given as the priority, and it was either count all of Northeast 1 and then go west, or count all Northeast 1 and then go north and count part of, but they're both parts of Northeast 2. It's just a different area of Northeast 2. And there are some ag properties up there in the north, but as you all probably well know, the ones that are asking the question, most deer family groups home range is like 300, 400 acres. Bucks, especially Randy bucks in Ruck, go a lot further, but there's no ag parcel up there, my understanding, that's more than, let's say, 100, 120 acres or something like that. And so the deer are going to go in and out of those areas. So I wouldn't have seen that as a problem to include that area, because there's, it was, like I said, it was either go north or go west. And the idea was to get as much data as we possibly could. 7.2 miles was the most they felt they could do. The boundary to the west of that extra extended 2.78 square miles or whatever it is, it's a major thoroughfare. And so visually it makes sense to do it. There was nothing more complicated about the decision than that. So hopefully that clears things up.
Okay. Is that all you have? Yeah. Councilmember Rambo, thank you. Anyone else before we move on? Okay. Well, then that concludes public participation. Again, thank you for being a part of it. We're going to move on then with the agenda, which is we don't have any public hearings, so we'll move on to legislation under unfinished business. There are several bills that are here, and I'd like to propose we have 6 bills under unfinished business. If there isn't any objection from the council, I'd like to propose we read all 6 en masse. And again, only if there isn't any objection. Councilmember McCutcheon.
Yeah, can you pull out Bill 3031 and Bill 3036?
Okay. All right, thank you, Councilmember McCutcheon. We'll do that. Anyone else? All right, then, therefore, I'll revise the motion that I'd seek from the council to read bills. Number one, Bill 3030. Moving on to number three, Bill 3032. Number four, Bill 3034. Number five, Bill 3035. That excludes the items on the agenda listed number 2 and 6. We'll treat those separately. Can I get a motion for the second reading of these bills? Made by Councilmember Bachert, seconded by Galani. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose or abstain? All right, please go ahead and read the bills.
Bill 3030, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a city contractor agreement on behalf of the city of Wildwood with Mayor Electric Company Incorporated for construction of the Manchester Road Crosswalk Improvement Project. Bill 3032, an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, to execute all of the necessary documentation that will grant a single-purpose utility easement to the Missouri American Water Company, MOAW, that will accommodate the installation of a water main through city-owned property that will serve Babbler State Park. 3034, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, approving a minor subdivision of a 2.89 acre tract of land into 3 lots, each being approximately 1 acre in area, located on the east side of Etherton Road, north of its intersection with Manchester Road, and more specifically situated in the southwest quarter of Section 1, Township 44 North, Range 3 East, City of Wildwood, St. Louis County, and to be hereafter known as Etherton Heights. Bill 3035, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, amending subparagraph 11 of subsection A of section 110.210 of the Code of Ordinances of the city of Wildwood by deleting it in its entirety, enacting in lieu thereof, a new subparagraph 11 of subsection A of section 110.210 and providing rules of procedure for the city council.
Thank you, Colleen. I'd like to ask now if Director Boonage or Director Brown has anything else that they would like to add in addition to the information that's been provided.
Mayor Garitano, I don't have anything additional other than to mention that the bill for the Manchester Crosswalk project is simply to renovate the existing 3 crosswalks, get them fully operational. They're currently deficient and not fully operational, so they need to renovate them, essentially update the hardware at those 3 locations. If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Director Brown related to that item? Okay, seeing none. Director Boonage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, the 2 bills that have been read for action tonight have not changed since their introduction. One relates to an easement for public potable water extension into Babbler State Park, which encompasses a portion of a 90-foot wide trail corridor. And the other relates to Etherton Heights, a 3-lot subdivision on 3 acres, each lot being approximately 1 acre in size. And it has been through the Planning and Zoning Commission and our public hearing process here at City Council. If there are any questions, the department would be glad to answer them.
Any questions for Director Boonage?
Thank you.
All right, seeing none, do we have any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, then Colleen, please call the roll for final passage of these bills.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell,
Yes.
Councilmember Nyan,
Yes.
Councilmember Trottier,
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry,
Yes.
Councilmember Roblewski,
Yes.
Councilmember Preston,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember Bachert,
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons,
Yes.
Councilmember Vanek,
Yes.
Councilmember Albers,
Yes.
Councilmember Galani.
Yes.
Thank you. These pass. Now we'll move back to Bill 3031 before the council for second reading. In Ward 8, is there a motion for second reading of this bill? Made by Councilmember Galani, seconded by Councilmember Albers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? Okay, we have one opposed by Councilmember McCutcheon. Go ahead, Colleen, please go ahead and read Bill 3031.
Bill 3031, an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor of the City of Wildwood, Missouri to execute all of the necessary documentation to grant single-use easements that will accommodate encroachments of limited private improvements onto city-owned property, which are for the installation of a portion of needed retaining walls and parking areas, all in conjunction with the Wildwood Luxury Living Project, a 188 unit multifamily development, which will include a temporary construction easement as well.
All right, thank you, Colleen. Director Munich, do you have anything else that you'd like to add?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, the exhibits that are provided as part of the bill indicate a temporary construction easement for the purposes of the development of the site and 2 permanent easements, collectively less than 1,000 square feet in the area.
Okay, thank you, Director Vunich. Bills are on the floor for discussion. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, Colleen, please go ahead and call the roll for passage of Bill 3031.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell,
Yes.
Councilmember Nyan,
Yes.
Councilmember Trottier,
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry,
Yes.
Councilmember Roblewski,
Yes.
Councilmember Preston,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
No.
Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember Bockert,
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons,
Yes.
Councilmember Vanek,
Yes.
Councilmember Albers,
Yes.
Councilmember Galani.
Yes.
Okay, the bill passes. We'll move on to Bill 3036 before the council for a second reading concerning Ward 8. Is there a motion for a second reading of the bill made by Councilmember Galani? Is there a second? Councilmember Albers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? We have one opposed. Go ahead and please read Bill 3036.
Bill 3036, an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Wildwood approving a change in the zoning district designation of a 0.4 acre site that is located on the south side of Manchester Road, Historic Route 66, west of Taylor Road, to the amended C8 Planned Commercial District, thereby allowing certain changes to the property's governing ordinance to accommodate another permitted use upon it and extend the time frame for the lot's connection to public sanitary sewer service, all being consistent with the favorable letter of recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission dated December 1, 2025.
Director Vunich, do you have anything to add?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, as mentioned, the bill has not changed since its introduction, and it is to accommodate allowing a single-family dwelling that was converted 20-plus years ago to an insurance agency office back to a residence, while still retaining the professional offices as a possible permitted use, as well as allowing the deference of the connection to public sanitary sewer until such time it is within 200 feet or reasonably accessible, which are the requirements of our code.
Okay, thank you. Bill's on the floor for discussion. Does anyone have any questions or wish to discuss?
Thank you.
All right, seeing none, please call the roll for final passage of Bill 3036.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell,
Yes.
Councilmember Nyan,
Yes.
Councilmember Trottier,
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry,
Yes.
Councilmember Roblewski,
Yes.
Councilmember Preston,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
No.
Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember Bockert,
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons,
Yes.
Councilmember Vanek,
Yes.
Councilmember Albers,
Yes.
Councilmember Galani.
Yes.
Okay, the bill passes. We're going to move on to new business. This is the first reading. Just as a reminder, first reading is only an opportunity to seek any clarification. There are no changes allowed in the first reading. That would be an amendment in the second reading. So I'll ask again from the council, for the sake of efficiency, if we have any opposition to reading all the bills en masse, with the only exception being, given the size of Bill 3041, we'll do that separately. But otherwise, the remaining bills listed under new business, Bill 3037, 3038, 3039, 3040, 3042, 3043, 3044, and 3045, and 3046. If there is any objection to reading all these for first reading. Councilmember Trotter. All right, so we're going to request this for 3037 to be read separately. And 3042. Great, thank you. All right, so we're going to make a note of that. All right, so anyone else have any questions or any objections to reading with those that we have noted already? All right, so therefore, I'll ask again, this time I'll restate it for you. If there's no objection, we'll read in mass. We'll start with number 2, Bill 3031. Bill number 2, Bill 3038. Number 3, Bill 3039. Number 4, Bill 3040. We'll go over to number 7, Bill 3043. Number 8, Bill 3044. Number 9, Bill 3045. And number 10, Bill 3046. All right, can I get a motion for first reading of these bills made by Councilmember Galani, seconded by Bachert? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose or abstain? All right, Colleen, please go ahead and read all the bills there.
Bill 3038, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing a consolidation plat of lots 1 and 2 of the Collins Acres, Plat Book 351, page 556, thereby creating a single new parcel of ground that is 6.7 acres in size, which will be located on the north side of Babbler Forest Road, west of Wild Horse Creek Road, and legally described as being a tract of land in U.S. Survey 1956, Township 45 North, Range 3 East, and to be hereafter known as Babbler Forest Square. Bill 3039, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Natalie McAvoy for the management and oversight of the city-sponsored farmers market for the 2026 season. Bill 3040, an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor of the City of Wildwood, Missouri to execute an amended professional services agreement with California Custom Decks for additional repairs to the 2-story accessible slide and the ramp system in association with it, which are integral parts of the Wildwood Community Parks playground area. Bill 3043, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a city contractor agreement on behalf of the city of Wildwood with Go Green Lawn and Landscape LLC for the maintenance of certain landscape areas within the city of Wildwood. Bill 3044, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a city contractor agreement on behalf of the city of Wildwood with Go Green Lawn and Landscape LLC for the maintenance of certain stormwater management areas within the city of Wildwood. Bill 3045, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a municipal stormwater grant agreement with the Metropolitan Sewer District, MSD, which allows the city to participate in municipal stormwater grant program to obtain grant funds for local stormwater projects that will reduce flooding and erosion within MSD's service area and within the city of Wildwood. Bill 3046, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute an amended and restated intergovernmental cooperation agreement by and between the city of Wildwood, Missouri and St. Louis County, Missouri for the housing of municipal inmates.
All right, thank you, Colleen. Directors Vunich or Brown, do you have anything you wish to add?
I'm at the podium because the first bill's mine.
I was wondering if you guys do like a coin toss or, kind of like your turn next time yours or something like that. Or...
We try to be coordinated as best.
Yeah, I did see that. Thank you.
This particular bill relates 30, this particular bill relates to a consolidation plan of two existing legal lots of record. As you can see, the lots of record are rectangular in shape, served by Babbler Forest Road, and a private roadway easement created as part of the 3-lot subdivision, only 2 of which are part of this particular action. The combined lot will be 6.7 acres in size and have 1 single-family dwelling located upon it. If there are any questions, the department would be glad to answer them. The second item relates to the agreement with Mr. McAvoy to be the farmer's market manager for the upcoming 2026 season. As was discussed in work session, Ms. McAvoy has been the market manager for a number of years, has taken the market from what I would describe as a downward trend to last year having over 60 vendors at several of the Saturday market days. And so again, in this particular instance, the Planning and Parks Committee supported Ms. McAvoy for that role. The next item, I believe, is Mr. Brown. No, sorry. The next item relates to a repair of the accessible ramp that serves the 2-story slide at the City of Wildwood's Community Park Playground area. As you know, in the latter part of summer of 2025, repairs were made to this particular ramp, but in another location. As those repairs were made and the ramping system was removed, they discovered that an additional area had the same problem. The company, California Deck System, has provided a proposal, and that proposal in combination with the previous work does exceed the amount of the resolution previously approved and is here tonight in an ordinance form. And I believe now Mr. Brown.
Great, thank you, Director Lincoln.
Mayor and council members, I don't have any new information to add on the 3 bills, but 3043, 3044 are basically extensions of existing maintenance agreements. The current contractor, Go Green, has submitted pricing in response to our RFP and actually submitted lower pricing than we are currently in contract with them. So the recommendation was to move forward with an agreement with Go Green. I would comment and make clear that we only did get 1 response to our RFP. However, again, the pricing is lower than current. So we felt it was a good recommendation and it was endorsed by the Admin Public Works Committee. 3045, as was referenced earlier, is an MSD agreement. We are required to sign this agreement if we want to participate in their stormwater grant program and if we want to get those funds and utilize them for our residents for stormwater projects in MSD's area. And I'm open for any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Hey, do we have any questions at all? Councilmember Rambo.
Yeah, should be a real quick one, Mr. Brown. I read the attachments to Bill 3043, but I did not see the westernmost landscaping area, like in the T Highway, Wild Horse Creek kind of area. That's not included. At least it wasn't in your list unless I missed it. Can you explain that or?
Councilmember, I'll double check that, but it should be included.
So it's probably an oversight getting it into the bill or something like that. Or getting it
should be included with the other Route 100 areas, and it does go.
So it's the other thing. That was the question. All right. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have anything? All right, then these will come back for second reading at the next meeting.
Mayor, we had one more. 3046.
What's that?
Did we call it?
Wait, 3046. City Administrator Lee, you want to speak to that?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. And I also just wanted to add at the front end that the department would respectfully request 2 readings of Bill 3046. What this is, it's an amendment to the current agreement that the city has with St. Louis County for the housing of municipal inmates. So if someone is arrested and housed at their facility on behalf of the city, this is the fee that the city has to pay St. Louis County. Where this is coming from, the county council submitted an order on December 16th, 2025, and now that's currently in effect. They will still have to countersign this amendment, but overall it's currently in effect, and we would not be able to make any payments to St. Louis County for reimbursement until this change would be approved. The change is moving from $50 per day to $75 per day as a fee. This has happened in the past, but overall, the city has minimal instances where this occurs throughout the year. It's more so if it's something that you'd rather have it than need it, not have it. But overall, we don't anticipate that this should really cause any major disruptions or large expenditures for the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. And after we complete all the first readings, I'll come back for any of those requests that we have for second readings. So therefore, those bills that we just talked about will come back at the next meeting for a second reading. Let's now go back to those that we have not yet done a first reading. So back to number 1 under new business, Bill 3037. Is there a motion for the reading of Bill 3037 concerns Ward 1? Is there a motion for that bill made by Councilmember Preston, Councilmember Rogalewski, seconded? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, please go ahead and read Bill 3037.
Bill 3037, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing a minor subdivision plat of lots 1 and 4 of the Wild Horse Creek Adjustment, Plat Book 372, page 408, thereby creating 2 new lots and adjusting the third parcel of ground, which all are located at the intersection of Wild Horse Creek Road and White Oak Valley Road, legally described as being a tract of land in U.S. Surveys 668, 152, and 1956 in Township 45 North, Range 3 East of the 5th Principal Meridian, and to be hereafter known as Wild Horse Creek Adjusted Plat 2.
Director Vunich.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, this particular subdivision action involves 2 existing legal lots of record. The intent is to adjust one of the lots that's shown as the 12-acre parcel of ground and subdivide the second parent tract into 2 10-acre parcels of ground. The intent is for the owners of the 12-acre parcel of ground to have their children build on the other 2. And as you can see by the yellow lines, there'll be plenty of access to all of these lots. And during public participation, the property owner, Ms. Hogan, asked for a second reading tonight, and the department has no objection.
Okay, great. Any questions on this item here? All right, then we will, after we complete the first readings, we'll come back to this one and seek a second reading from the council. Moving on, we have Bill 3041, which concerns Ward 8 and is before the council for first reading. Can I get a motion for a reading of Bill 3041? Councilmember Galani, second. Second by Councilmember Dodwell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? Okay, please go ahead and read Bill 3041.
Bill 3041, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing a series of change orders for the Village Green Phase 1 project with Bombshell Construction Services, LLC, for certain enhancements to the project's original design components and other specific corresponding work that has been set forth in the attached information while amending the current contract to reflect such.
Director Vunich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, over the course of the last couple of years, the Department of Planning has on a monthly basis provided to the Planning and Parks Committee updates on Village Green Phase 1. A key component of those updates has been a summary table of the change orders that have been submitted based upon conversations and actions by the Planning and Parks Committee at those meetings and ultimately submitted to City Council for information and discussion. Principally, there are approximately 9 change orders. Of those 9 change orders, the total amount is approximately $240,000 relative to the original $1.9 million contract. I would note that generally speaking, the primary and first change order constitutes almost half of that amount. And that was the change in the park light standards from 25-foot tall poles with spotlights to the 16-foot tall poles with dark sky certified lighting that's now on and available in the park. The other change orders came based upon electrical issues that we all are well versed upon, and those that refined the park improvements to meet the demands of the city relative to removal of the trash enclosure, the impact on the Mayor's Grove, and other items relating to the change in the type of pavers, I should say, surface from the organic lock, which was a more material, to the pavers. All of these, again, were submitted to the Planning and Parks Committee, ultimately acted upon favorably, and received and filed by City Council.
Okay, thank you, Director Vunich. Any questions for Director Vunich? All right, Councilmember Farmer.
Yeah, I guess I don't really have an issue with the change orders, especially if the work's been done, but I am a little curious because I think with this and the playground and the cabin, I feel like we're getting really close to a dollar amount that we can't exceed. So my worry would be, how do we prevent that from happening? If unless my math is very incorrect, which it possibly is, that we're not getting close to that number, but I feel like we might be.
Well, that's a very good question, and certainly one that is always on the mind of the Department of Planning and Parks, because as you know, we have a second phase coming forthwith, which is the all-inclusive playground. So just to kind of summarize, if you add in the change orders to the original contract, we're approximately at $2.3 million. Of that, subtract out approximately $600,000 for the grant that was received from the Municipal Park Grant Commission. So we're at 1.7 million. The cabin is 300,000, so we're at $2 million. The estimate for the all-inclusive playground has been anywhere from about 2.1 million to 2.3 million, depending on the rest of the facility. So we're around, for all intents and purposes, about $4.3 million if we go with the high end on that playground. I believe the city administrator and the city attorney have looked at the CPI and measures used to calculate the increase that can be accommodated under the charter and that language. And I believe it's 4.6 million.
So that leaves us 400 grand.
Approximately. And there is a group, both our Wildwood Celebration Commission and our Planning and Parks Committee, that are looking at some type of stage and shade structure for the stage area. So we're getting very close. There's no doubt about it. Now, I failed to mention, the all-inclusive playground has a $600,000 grant as well. So we're in much better shape. My apologies.
All right. I just think, I think we've talked a little bit about this. It's, this is one of those little things that maybe a lot of people don't realize, that we do have, very specific spending limits that we have to reach. So, I think it's important, especially when we have change orders and overages and things like that, that we're just, obviously making sure that we have a level of flexibility in there, because we might have those change orders on these next two projects, and that would be difficult then to accommodate.
Certainly, the all-inclusive playground, as you know, we're trying a comprehensive fundraising effort. Ms. Ryblowski is a representative from City Council there. So any money raised through fundraising doesn't count toward that charter requirement. And certainly, the project started in March of 2024 when we removed the trees to address the BAT requirement from the federal government. And on April 16th, you received the first update report, which included the change to the park lighting, as well as the trash enclosure relocation. So in defense of the department, I feel that we've tried to keep the city council abreast of all the change orders. on a monthly basis. And certainly if there have any questions from the committee, we've been prepared to answer them. And in some instances, Bombshell Construction, their owner, has been present at those meetings to discuss them as well.
I can add a quick note too, Mayor.
Sure.
Just wanted to add to that. We do have with this total, and this is expected to be the end rung, if you will, that we'll have to pay out for the Bombshell construction at 2.13 million. But then for phase 2 with the all-inclusive playground and the bathroom enclosure, bathroom structure, that is capped at 1.8. And we do have that $575,000 grant. When you add in the 300,000 for the Essen Log Cabin, if you take out the amount that we have spent towards from grant funding, it's around $3 million. So a lot less. Well, 3 million, about 3,100,000. So we still have some room, but overall, it's something we need to be very cognizant of as we proceed.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think, Joe, you guys are doing great. I mean, I know this has been a difficult project to do.
Well, if great is this project, then we need to redefine great, because I think I've done a miserable job.
Well, okay. But I guess my concern is, like, when we look down the road from this, and, you know, unless I'm misunderstanding this, if once we hit that cap, I mean, obviously that cap adjusts every year, but they're relatively incremental adjustments. So when we're talking about having to do things in this park in the future, that then becomes the problem. So if we get a stage in there, that's great. If then we have to redo that stage, or we have to redo the cabin, or whatever it becomes, those are the things I am perhaps more concerned about than just getting it done the first time out of the gate.
And I'll defer to the city attorney on this, but I do think if that rule applies to any capital expenditure, so if you're building a pond, but if, say, the stage, let's just say over time it wore out and you had to replace the decking on it, that or someone would get injured, the maintenance of that facility is categorized differently than the actual construction of a new thing. So what we have to look at very closely is like a stage. That is definitely a qualifier for what we're talking about here, going over the threshold. If that stage were to put it over that number, then we couldn't do the stage unless we went out to vote. But I actually did just want to confirm with the city attorney. Do you happen, I know you might have to look into it, but maintenance of a capital expenditure, does that qualify for under that charter provision?
The constitutional limitation is, by its own language, is limited to construction and reconstruction of capital improvements. So maintenance would not be included in that language.
But if we had to rebuild something, it would.
If we had to rebuild or reconstruct something.
Okay.
So John, would you say that would that include, just this is a in theory item here, but like the decking of a stage, say it's a deck stage that has wood, but if I guess there's where's that line drawn of reconstruction versus just general maintenance?
That would be something we'd have to review and talk about offline, depending on the circumstance.
All right. Do we have any other questions or clarification items? Councilmember Krantz.
I'm concerned about that stage now. Is that going to work out, Tom?
Right now it should, depending on the cost of it, but we'll have to go out and get bids for it. Yeah. So that
gets out of my, okay. Do we have any idea how much that stage will cost?
Not right now. The department is looking into it. I know that's something that the committee had given direction to,
it's critical to have that there.
Getting a portable stage. So it really comes down to a couple different components. If we want a stage that, portable stage you can put up every time, that's totally different than a permanent structure that's going to service and stay there.
But then you have to rent a place for it somewhere.
Exactly. Well, we could probably store one stage. It would depend on the sizing of it, but I would recommend we would build some type of concrete slab structure with a shade structure attached to it. Keep it simple. I do think if the city gets involved in getting all the electrical components that can go into some of these fancy stages, that's when we start getting dangerously close to that expenditure threshold.
Okay.
All right. Great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Mabry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Vunich, I looked through, I didn't study it, but it's an imposing 220-page report. Thank you. I looked but could not find the $385,000 general contractor Bombshell extra for. I want it because I'm asking for it. I was delayed. It's bad weather, and I had a lot of work to do across the way high school. Is that anywhere in here to sully the overall total of what we're talking about objectively?
Mr. Mayberry, no, sir. That particular change order was presented to the Planning and Parks Committee. They rejected it, and then that recommendation not to accept the change order was forwarded to City Council and received and filed. No action was taken, so the committee's decision stands.
A summary rejection, despite the fact that this request had virtually no quantities, nothing. Just a bunch of lump sums and eaches and one lots and per each. But that summary rejection can either communicate one of two things, and one of them would be threat to this cap we're talking about. If it's a cause for action that the contractor feels that he should proceed with.
Well, in conversation with the owner of Bombshell Construction, the department did say that if there is legitimate cost for the storm water pollution prevention steps, then provide that. That might be a legitimate addition, but without the background to understand what that means, then certainly we can't proceed forward.
Okay, the topic's been raised and
And I certainly
bodies that need
appreciate
to
it.
be are aware.
It was not the intent ever of the city council nor the committee that from the city council to ignore the change order. We did discuss it on 2 occasions at committee. And at the last meeting in January, there was a report that was provided to the entire body. It's just, there was no background. There was no discussion prior to its submittal. I understand the intent. And so, it wasn't a simple decision, but it was a decision, I think, that had a simple answer.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
All right, great. I don't see any other hands up, so this will be back before the council at the next meeting. Moving on, Bill 3042 for first reading. This concerns all wards. Is there a motion for the reading of Bill 3042? Councilmember Farmer. Is there a second? Councilmember Bacher. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposes or abstains?
Opposed.
And we have one opposed. All right, Bill 3042. Colleen, please go ahead and read that bill.
Bill 3042, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a city contractor agreement on behalf of the city of Wildwood with Kelp Contracting Incorporated for the fiscal year 2026 concrete street and sidewalk placement project, including other incidental items as shown on the project bid documents.
Okay, Director Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Gaetano. Council members, I didn't have anything additional to present to you tonight specifically about this bill. Obviously available for any questions that you might have. Again, as was referenced in work session with the discussion about the Turnberry work. When we prepared this, we did split out Turnberry work separately as a separate bid item or a line item in the bid. So we have quantified those costs, and they are actually about 6,800 lower than we presented to you last summer when this came to you at that point. So we feel positive from that standpoint that we got some reduced costs for the actual removal of those improvements to reopen the road. So beyond that, I know there's a lot of questions potentially, so I'll just wrap up. And if there's anything I can do to address them, I'll do my best.
Okay, again, this is an opportunity just for questions or clarification. Any debate would be for the second reading. Councilmember Trotter.
Thank you, Mayor. Out of curiosity, you've separated the Turnberry issue out as a line item, but assuming we proceed with Kelp, what is the advantage to lumping that proposal, that line item proposal, in the cost in this bill in particular for maintenance throughout the city?
Well, I think the idea was to, and that was the motion, I believe, from Edmond Public Works, was to include it in this work as part of a larger improvement project. And from that standpoint, capitalize on the low expected unit prices. So we got 5 bidders this year for our project. Kelp was a little better. And as I referenced earlier, that bid item, the price that we got for it was about 6,800 lower than the estimates that T Hill Construction gave us last summer when we presented it to you at that time. So we felt like it was favorable from that perspective.
Is it fair to say that Kelp would honor the same price if this were two separate bills, and perhaps one of them did not pass?
I don't know that I could say that, no. They would, they provided this pricing as part of the overall project. So if they were not, if they were to do it as a standalone project, I wouldn't expect that they would hold that pricing.
It just seems odd that we're entangling a specific project in an area where there's no other maintenance related work occurring with the grander maintenance throughout the city of Wildwood. I would venture to guess that if we split this into two bills, one specific for Turnberry and one for maintenance, and if both passed, Kelp would likely honor the alleged discounted rate for the Turnberry project.
I can't speak for Kelp. I suppose we could reach out to them in the meantime. Again, we split these out, the work out separately as a separate bid in the contract. So it's very easy for the department, if it's the desire of the council, to remove it and underrun that work. If that was done, we'd like to take that money, the 26,000, and then use it on street slab work throughout the city. So that could very easily be done if that's the desire of the council.
So that would be a little different than what you're saying. It would be a separating it out, not as a different bill, but as the quantities remain the same, the cost remains the same. It's just having that directed towards a different purpose.
So is there an action that I can take tonight to try to get two separate proposals so that they're not entangled between maintenance and Turnberry project? And I'm not talking about the bill, but can the department move forward with exploring this option?
At this time, this is just question and answer on the bill. No action on the bill or anything is appropriate until after a second reading.
But I believe Councilmember Trotter is asking for, I guess, some additional information. So would that be like a motion that can be done separately, either now or maybe as part of miscellaneous? I think that's how, we probably have handled some other items like this, because it's more related information, so that I guess depending on what comes back, I think may impact what he determines he's going to do for the second read.
And maybe I misunderstood the question, so forgive me, but are you just asking if you can direct for additional information?
Correct. And the additional information would be to go back to the contractor, Kelp, who's submitted the lowest bid, and identify if they'd be willing to enter into two separate contracts with the city, one for maintenance and one specifically for Turnberry, yet honoring the prices that they proposed. So I'm not asking to modify the bill. I'm asking if the department can entertain Kelp contracting for two separate proposals.
The city administrator has an idea maybe what you might want to suggest.
I think that the issue with that approach is if the Turnberry project were to not proceed, that bill were to proceed, then that could potentially jeopardize. I think asking Kelp is fine, but I don't know if they will honor it. Whereas if the city council wills it, and there's an issue here that we want to proceed with just maintenance work, then we have quantities here that are set up, and even the Turnberry thing is set up as a quantity. That money could be easily spent on more concrete street slab work. Luckily, this bid came in at under what we had budgeted for fiscal year 2026. If it was over, we'd be probably having a different discussion, but the bids came in good. The only thing I don't want to have happen is this is the maintenance for the entire year. So having it split up and then having the contractor back out, that could be very highly likely. I would say possibly after the second reading, when there's motions available, to redirect the work versus having two different bills set up.
So should we at least ask Kelp if we choose to redirect the work from Turnberry to maintenance, that they would still honor the net pricing.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so therefore, the city attorney just advised that we don't need a motion for that, we can direct you to seek that, get that information for the second reading.
It's fine.
All right, anything else, Councilmember Trotter?
You said
No, the city attorney said, I think it can be clear for that information to be available. Yes, Councilmember Rambo.
Yeah, this is another real quick one, Mr. Brown. Can you remind me of the cost of the Turnberry work again?
The cost is $26,674.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. Thank you.
Councilmember Cranes.
I just looking for some information. Rick, in Ward 7, are you familiar with Waterfront Way?
I am familiar with Waterfront Way, yeah.
Okay. It stops at Old State. Does not connect. Do you know why that does not connect?
I don't know the complete history of that. No, I know there was at one point a proposed development there that did not move forward.
You want me to tell you why it didn't connect?
I'm certainly, if that's the
The
direction of the
residents were
council,
not
that's
happy.
fine.
And I heard the same complaints from Turnberry residents tonight, so. What I'm saying is that these situations do exist in Wildwood, and but I'm not gonna debate it tonight, so.
Thank you. Thank you. I was wondering where you're going with that. Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, well then Bill 3042 will be back at the next meeting for a second reading, and we have that additional information that's been requested. So that means we've all completed the first readings. We do have two bills that we have a request for second readings tonight. Bill 3037 and Bill 3046. So I believe those are the only two. Director Vunish, do you have any other bill, or is that it?
No, sir. The first one relates to the minor subdivision. If there are any questions?
Okay, well, let's see if there's no objection, are we okay with doing both of these en masse? All right, can I get a motion for the second reading of Bill 3037 and Bill 3046? Motion made by Councilmember Marshall, seconded by Councilmember Galani. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose or abstain? Colleen, please read these bills for the second reading.
Bill 3037, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing a minor subdivision plat of lots 1 and 4 of the Wild Horse Creek Adjustment, Plat Book 372, page 408, thereby creating 2 new lots and adjusting the third parcel of ground, which are all located at the intersection of Wild Horse Creek Road and White Oak Valley Road, legally described as being a tract of land in U.S. Surveys 668, 152, and 1956 in Township 45 North, Range 3 East of the 5th Principal Meridian, and to be hereafter known as Wild Horse Creek Adjustment Plat 2. Bill 3046, an ordinance of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute an amended and restated intergovernmental cooperation agreement by and between the City of Wildwood, Missouri and St. Louis County, Missouri for the housing of municipal inmates.
These bills, we just saw these in first reading. Do we have any discussion or debate regarding these bills? All right, seeing none, then Colleen, please call the roll for final passage.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell,
Yes.
Councilmember Nyan,
Yes.
Councilmember Trottier,
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry,
Yes.
Councilmember Roblewski,
Yes.
Councilmember Preston,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember Bockert,
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons,
Yes.
Councilmember Vanek,
Yes.
Councilmember Albers,
Yes.
Councilmember Galani.
Okay, bills pass. Moving on, then, we don't have any first readings from favorable from hearings tonight. And resolutions are in the consent agenda. So the consent agenda is before the council, several items. If there's no objection with approving the consent agenda, we'll move forward with that now. Seeing none, can we get a motion for approval of the consent agenda made by Councilmember Bachert, seconded by Councilmember Preston? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose or abstain? Great, thank you. Miscellaneous, we do have an item that will require us to go into closed session, and therefore we will, it does pertain to, I believe, subsections of RSMO 610.021, subsection 1. Let's see, communications between the city attorney and we have subsection 3, which is hiring, firing, disciplining, and promoting of employees by a public governmental body. We have 8, which is 13. Yes, 13, which is related to individually identifiable personnel records, performing ratings or records pertaining to employees or applicants for employee. So therefore, we will need to do a roll call for going into closed session. Can I get a motion made by Councilmember Marshall? Is there a second on the motion? Made by Councilmember Nyan. All those in, I guess we have, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, anyone oppose or abstain? All right, so we have, we'll have to do a roll call. We need to do a roll call. Yeah, so therefore, Colleen, go ahead and do the roll.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell, Councilmember Nyan,
Yes.
Councilmember Trottier, Councilmember Mabry,
Yes.
Councilmember Roblewski,
Yes.
Councilmember Preston,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember Bachert,
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons,
Yes.
Councilmember Vanek,
Yes.
Councilmember Albers,
Yeah.
Councilmember Galani.
Okay, therefore, we are going to go into the community room for the closed session to discuss these items, and then we will come back in here to the council chambers to adjourn the meeting. Everyone is welcome to stay here, but of course, just know when we come back, it will be the adjournment of the meeting unless anything else comes up, but move forward and be back soon. Travis, are you getting it ready? Are we back on? Great, thank you. So we just concluded executive session. Therefore, we'll look for a motion to adjourn the council meeting made by Bacher, second by Galani. All those in favor say aye. The motion's non-debatable.
Aye.
Okay, meeting is